Alright, I think everything is working now. So sorry about that. Alright, I think everything is working now. Okay, it seems so. Okay. Send a what? Send a message. Okay. Alright. So, hello everyone. I know I don't have anybody watching right now, but I probably will sooner or later. And if I don't, that's fine as well. You can always watch this later on. My name is Gina, by the way. I do have a YouTube channel, Gina B's Studio, but I wanted to go live, do some live streaming. I used to do it on YouTube, but I figured I'd give Twitch a whirl just to see, if people would come and watch me. Pretty much what I'm going to be doing is stuff for my store. I do have an Etsy store as well. Working with watercolors, painting, and doing puzzles. I'm excited today because I am doing a puzzle that I got back in December. I am a huge D&D nerd. I play D&D. I am the Dungeon Master for one of my sessions. I am also a player on another campaign, so I am really into D&D. Just recently got into it. When I was younger, D&D, not very many people played it, and I always wanted to play it and just could never find anybody to play it with. So my daughter and I finally convinced my husband to play, and so that is who plays. My husband and I play on Saturday night. I am the DM for that. And my daughter DMs sometimes, and my husband and I play with her. She's not as frequent, but we are supposed to play tonight, so I'm excited about that. She has a good campaign going. She's a very good DM, so I love her campaign, but, I am drinking a Topo Chico with some blackberry drink in it, squeezy thingy. So, with that said, huge D&D fan. Today, near the end of the stream, I'll be streaming until 5 o'clock. Probably take an intermission around 3 for us to go to the potty and get food and all that kind of stuff. I have just ate breakfast, and again, I had a little bit of technical difficulties. What do you call this thing right here? And I don't think it's working again. I've just ate breakfast, and again, I had a little bit of technical difficulties. What do you call this thing right here? Okay. I don't think it's working again. It is working. Just my thing was not going for me to see if it was working or not. So, I don't know. But anyway, my microphone may go out because that's usually what happens. My microphone takes a poo-poo on me. So if that happens, y'all let me know so I can fix it. Because now my little bar that I usually look at to know that it's working is not working either. It's like it's not doing anything, but when I check it, it is. So, but anyway, at the end of the session today, probably about 4:50, I'm going to do a giveaway, and I'm going to give away one of my little charms. Isn't it cute? I just got these in. I designed this little guy, and so I'm going to give one of them away. I will send it to you free. It'll be free. It's a giveaway. But isn't he cute? The only thing is, this is a new place that I used. And I did not know that there was not going to be a backing on here. So just be careful when you get him, because if you scratch him up, it'll probably take the design off. So that will be sad. But isn't he cute? I just love him. Love him. So, but I do have more coming with a backing. Hopefully, it's supposed to. And those I will put on my Etsy store to sell. I also, I have lots of things on my Etsy store. I'm planning on working on it next week to put some digital prints on there, digital stickers, digital printable stickers where you can print them out yourself if you want. But I do have stickers on my Etsy store that are available for sale. I have some washi tape. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for my washi tape. Here it is. Here's my washi tape. I designed this myself as well. It's a winter themed washi tape. Isn't it cute? I just love it. So, yeah. So there we go. Washi, washi, washi tape. It's so cute. So I'm planning also to work on a planner, which I might do a little bit today, it will either be printable, and I will also have a tangible or where you can grab it yourself on my Etsy store. But I want to make one for myself, so I'm thinking I want it to be a forest theme. So I need to work on that as well, so I might work on that some today. I don't know exactly all what I'm going to do, but we can just sit and we can chat. Alright, there is a film on this that helps protect it, and I just don't want to scratch the acrylic, So, I think the other place that I'm getting, it's going to be the same thing, it just will have the back part too. I think they come wrapped up so that you don't have to bother with this. Oh my gosh, look, my nails. I'm going to need to do my nails. It's only been a week. Oh, he's adorable. I just love him. I have a bunny. I do have a real bunny. His name is Freddie Mercury. He's a lop-ear, American fuzzy lop-ear. So he is very fluffy, and I love him so much. I also have, let me just run down a little bit, since I've never really streamed on Twitch, so I'm new here. I also have 2 dogs. One is a little Cheepoo. She's a Chihuahua Poodle mix. She's like 15 years old. She went deaf about 1.5 years ago. She can still hear some things, but for the most part, like, you can walk up on her and she will go to sleep. I mean, she won't wake up. So we have to be careful to not startle her, when we're trying to, like, wake her up or whatever. Because, she could bite. Out of just being afraid. I would be, if I was deaf and somebody touched me and I didn't know it, I'd probably, be a little wow too. And then we have a German Shepherd. She's a puppy. She will be 2 in July. So yeah, we have 2 dogs. And then, depending on who you ask, we have 7 to 9 cats. Let me explain. We have 7 cats that I claim are our cats. Okay, we have 2 that are litter mates. We call them the brothers, and they are 14 years old. And then we have, so they're the oldest, and they're doing pretty well. One of them has to go outside during the day. He comes in at night. I put him in a cage because he is literally nutso, and he fights a lot, and he also, even though he's been neutered his whole life, he will spray in the house. saying this is my house. So I don't want my house smelling like cat pee. For those that know, if you do, it will hardly ever come out. So he has to go outside, unfortunately. And he's the sweetest cat of them all with humans. Other cats, not so much. And then we have a baby Jessie. We got her, let's see, she's probably 12 years old. We got her from our vet. A lady found them in her barn, so we have her. She's fluffy, but we also have to put her up at night because the other cats kind of like don't really like her, because she pees on like towels if they're laying on the floor. So, and the other cats are like, no bitch, we're not doing that. So they end up, not being too nice to her. And plus, again, I don't want my house smelling like cat pee. So she has to be put up at night too in a cage. And then we have Max. Max is like 6 or 7. I think he'll be 7 this year. We got him. My husband actually got him. My daughter and I got the brothers because we went to go get one cat and they were together and I could not break them up. I mean, you could tell they were brothers. So we had to take them both. So we took them both. And then baby Jessie, then Max. So my husband ended up getting Max. His niece, which is allergic to cats, by the way, she got this kitten from her school teacher or something. I don't know, but her mother, his sister, was like, "Oh, are you nutso? We can't keep this cat." So my husband fell in love with it, went and picked it up, and so that's how we got Max. He is a terror a lot of times. I mean, he's the one who beats up on baby Jessie because he does not like it when cats do not behave correctly. He's kind of like our police cat, I guess. But he's sweet to humans and we just love him. So and then after that we got another pair of siblings. My husband rescued these from work. There was a female cat at his work, got pregnant, 2 actually. And they had kittens pretty much back to back. I mean, it was like one had her kittens and she had a bunch. And then the other one had like maybe 2 that survived like a couple of days later. So these are, Jack came from, I believe they're all siblings. But yeah, so we got them to save them from where my husband worked. I mean, there was like 8 cats. So we ended up being able to save all but one because he ran away before the person who was going to get him came and got him. So, but he hung out at the shop for a while, but So they're about 2 years old. I think they'll be 3 this May. And then we have another she's a year old. And she rescued us, actually. Okay, so here's a long story. Y'all, okay, let me just tell you, when I tell stories, they're forever long in a day because, there's a lot of things that go on, and I like to be thorough. So, because I don't like answering questions. So I try to tell the story where there will be no questions in the end. But anyway, so behind our house, there is a golf course. Used to be a golf course. Now they are building, supposed to be condominiums on it, right? Okay, so they're all done. So, but when it was a golf course, the guy that worked on the golf course, this happens too, my main thing goes off. So, it's only supposed to last like for 30 minutes, I think, or whatever. But anyway, so now I'm going to put the rings on here. So anyway, so he had a colony of cats over on the golf course. I mean, like a whole bunch. Well, when they sold the land, of course, he had to leave. And of course, he quit feeding the cats. And one day, I shit you not, I counted them, at least 20 cats over in our yard. Because, Scooter's outside, so I guess they were like, oh, well, they'll feed. Before then, though, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself. We had a cat that came to our door. It will be 2 years in April. And she was already fixed. Her belly was still shaved, and she was healing up from her hysterectomy, from her being spayed, right? And, but we didn't, I was like, she surely belongs to somebody because she's been spayed. So I didn't feel right about bringing her in, even though she was the sweetest cat. Well, we call her Little Missy. And we did feed her too. But then when all of these cats came, and I guess that's why they came over here, because we were feeding Scooter and we were feeding her. So I guess the cats were like, ooh, free meal. So literally 20 cats were in the front yard, because our backyard is fenced in. That's Scooter rarely goes out of the yard. He used to go over to the golf course just to prowl around, but now since they've gotten rid of all the grass and all of that kind of stuff, he does not leave the yard at all. He won't do it. He's scared to do that. But anyway, so we had all these cats. We had a mama cat with 2 babies. Their eyes were still blue. That's how young they were. I would say they were probably about 4 weeks old, maybe. And then I had noticed there were 2 other cats, which I thought were probably around 8 months old or so, because they were pretty tiny too. And then there were all these other adult cats, right? So I felt bad for the babies. But then after I realized there were so many cats, I was like, we cannot be feeding these cats. If we do, they will never go away. And we will have literally, because they weren't fixed, y'all. This dude did not get these cats fixed. And I was just like, and where I live, there's not a place that you can catch them or trap them, get them neutered and spayed, and then, bring them back out. There's no place around here that does that. So I was just like, oh my gosh, no. So we quit feeding them. With my vet, I talked to my vet about it, and she was like, don't feed them. Stop feeding them. And I was like, okay. She goes, it's really not good for them anyway, so just don't feed them anymore. And I was like, all right. So I had to convince my husband not to feed them, because he was the one who was actually feeding them. So anyway, the 2 kittens that I thought were 3 months old, when they first got here, they would not come to me at all, and they were like, you know how they do. Even the little babies were like, and I was like, dude, y'all are going to stroke out. Chill out. I'm just trying to feed you. Because I, worried about the babies. I didn't really care about the adults. I'm like, y'all can go hunt and find you some food, but anyway, one day, again, I had not been feeding them. Well, there was one was black and white, just like the oldest cat that we have. His name is Mystery. He's black and white. And then there was another one that was white and black that looked just like Scooter. So it was like they looked the same, but they were just babies, right? Well, the one that looked like Mystery, the tuxedo one, would not come to me. And then I just went outside and I was spraying something, probably a miniature for my D&D or tiles, because I was in the middle of making tiles for dungeons and stuff. And the one that looked like Scooter, the white and black one, actually came up to me and was like, meow, meow, barely being able to meow. And she came right up to me, started purring and rubbing on me. And so I picked her up instinctively, because I have a bunch of cats. I've always had cats all my life. And when I picked her up, I realized she was starving to death. I mean, she was literally nothing but bones and skin. And I was like, oh my God. I felt so bad, y'all. I felt so bad because they had left, So I thought, okay, well, they found another place to go eat. Well, she came back. The brother, I don't think the brother was there. If he was there, he did not come up to me. Or sister, I don't know. I didn't ever get close enough to know what it was. So I was like, she's so sweet. I can't do this to her. So I put her in the bathroom, because I didn't know, especially her being outdoors and all of that, I didn't know if she had any diseases that she could give to my other cat. So I had to quarantine her. So I put her in my bathroom in a cage, And I was like, made the vet appointment for the next day. And the vet, surprisingly, I mean, I was expecting for her to have worms. I was expecting for her to have something like feline leukemia or something where I could not keep her. I really was. I was expecting the worst. And she was clean. There was nothing wrong with her whatsoever. She was just on the verge of death. Like if I had not have grabbed her and fed her, she probably would have been gone in like a day or two. She was that close to death. I mean, she was pretty bad. She only weighed like 2 pounds, I think, and maybe not even that much. 2 pounds or almost 2 pounds. So, we ended up keeping her. And when I finally got to look at her and hold her, I realized before I took her to the vet. But the minute I decided I was going to keep her, I called the vet without really checking her over, just, to make the appointment so that she would be safe to, introduce the other cats to. But when I finally got to look her over, I realized this kitten is not like 3 months old like I thought, She is more like 6 months or older because of her teeth. I could tell by her teeth that she was an older cat. She was still a kitten, but she was older than what I thought. So sure enough, the vet was like, she's about 6-7 months old. And I was like, I thought she was, because I had not changed it from when I called them, telling them that she was a kitten, like, 3 months old or whatever. So we got her spayed, kept her in the bedroom for a good little bit, for probably about a month or so, because she was still so underweight, and I just didn't want her to have to, be stressed with all my other cats that were in, because by then it was Lizzie, the brothers, Jesse, Max, and the tire cats. That's what we called them because they were in the tires at my husband's work. So there was 6 cats in the house already, so I didn't want to like stress her out, even though she probably would have been used to it because she was with a colony of like probably 30 cats. And so we ended up keeping her in our bedroom, and for about a month or two, just to fatten her up and all of that. And we couldn't get her fixed until she gained weight. So we got her spayed, and she had gained a good amount of weight, and the vet was very happy with it. And she's been our cat ever since, and it will be 2 years. It will be 2 years? Yeah, because I think it was 2020 when this all happened. 2020 and 2021 all runs together. But yeah, so that's how we got number 7 that are inside. Except for Scooter. Scooter is in and out, but in a cage. But anyway, but I claim those 7. Now, little Missy, my husband still feeds her occasionally, but we figured there's a house that's across the street and down a little bit from us that has a little dog house out in front, and we're like, okay, well, that's her home, and that's where she goes. So we don't know if that was her original owners or if they just saw her and was like, you know what, I'm going to keep her. But sometimes my husband feeds her, especially if she I think they went away, the house that feeds her, takes care of her. They went away at Thanksgiving for, I think it was probably a couple of weeks, and she got really skinny because I don't think they had anybody coming over to feed her, and she was out like all the time. And so we ended up feeding her again, just because we felt bad, because she still lets us pet her and all that, so we can tell if she's getting thin. So if she starts getting thin, we'll feed her a little bit. And then from the golf course, another cat, which we think might be a litter mate to Freckles. Freckles is that one that rescued us, because they kind of sound the same, they meow the same, and they seem to know one another. Like, and her name, we named her Sage. She's like this pretty grayish color. So we named her Sage, and my daughter's boyfriend wanted to keep her, but his dad's allergic, so he couldn't. But Sage would come in every now and again. After we got her, we went ahead and got her fixed. She had babies before we could do it, and the babies died. That's another long story. Our neighbor moved them. She's a new parent, and I don't know. So they ended up dying. And so we got her fixed, our own money, because we did not want to have any more kittens around here. And so we got her, immunized and all that. So if she comes in, it's okay, but I really don't want her in because my bunny is inside. My bunny is a free roamer. He has a cage. It's huge. That's in the living room that I lock him up at night so the cats can't get in there. But during the day, he's open and free to roam if he wants, and he usually doesn't because of, I don't think it's necessarily the cats. It's Phoebe, our German Shepherd. She's just so big, and he's afraid of her. But anyway, so Sage will come in, but I don't like her being in because even during the day she'll try to get my bunny, and that's a no-go. No, not gonna get my bunny. But when she comes in, Freckles will, go up to her, and they just are, start grooming each other and all that. So I think they are kin somehow. But yeah, but I don't claim her really because my husband feeds her at night, and but I don't claim her. But he does. So if you are to claim, we have 8 to 9 if you consider little Missy. But she's not as friendly as she used to be. She used to come and sneak in the house too. And I was okay with it because, like I said, she had been spayed when we found her, so I knew she had to have had her immunizations because they won't spayed unless they're fully immunized. So I knew she was safe to come in. But then I would get nervous, and I would only let her in for a few minutes. But she was really sweet. But now she's a little feral. She doesn't really come in. Well, she doesn't come in at all now. I won't let her. But yeah, she just lets you pet her now. She won't let you. She used to let you pick her up and all that, but she doesn't do that now. She's like, no, you must not touch me. You must not pick me up. So yeah, so that's my saga of all my animals that I have. All right, so they're cute. So yeah, I will send you a charm. I can make them into keychains. I think I have some keychains. So yeah, near the end of the session here, I'm gonna ask y'all to pick a number between 1 and 20, and I'm gonna roll my D20, and we'll see who gets one of these. They are cute. I love them. I'm just so disappointed. I kind of figured this was what was gonna happen because there was no way to see what the back was going to look like, But then I was like, I've never seen them without another acrylic piece on it, you know what I mean? So, and the new place that I ordered them from, they don't do that either. They didn't even they didn't even send me a proof, that, hey, this is what it's going to look like. Are you okay with this? So, I'm just hoping. It's supposed to be double-sided, so, and it's actually, of course, they're coming from overseas, though, these came from the United States, which, of course, is where I'm at. And anytime you can do local, it's way better. It's better for the environment. You don't have all that, moving and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, it's just better for your economy and everything. I highly recommend, no matter where you're at, to shop locally, shop in your country or shop even in your town if you have local shops that you can go to. You know what I mean? So, but anyway. So the ones that I ordered now are coming from overseas, which I was not happy with. But there was no other place really that I could find that did double-sided. So, all right, let's switch gears. I'm going to work in my sketchbook. Look, y'all, I made these. I made this. I'm just like, yes. Tried out my Cricut. I have a Cricut. I bought it in November, I think, to make stickers. which it does a phenomenal job at and all that kind of stuff. So I was just playing with it. I'm going to actually make a DM screen eventually. I've got the wood and everything. I just have to think of the design I want to do on it. But yeah. So yeah, I made this. This is bee paper. Bee paper is pretty good. I mean, it's not Arches paper, but I mean, it's good to practice on, and that's what this book is all about. Because my goal was to practice every day doing something with watercolor. Y'all, look at this. This is supposed to be a cat. Hold on, let me move it. This is supposed to be a cat, and it ended up being, it looks like a raccoon. But that thing was the Santa hat fell over, and he's trying to get the ball, whatever. But yeah, that was what was, I had in my head, but it didn't come out quite the way I had it in my head. So yeah, my goal is to try to work on flower composition, like bouquets and stuff, because I really suck at that. And just working on flowers in general, like loose flowers. So that's my goal for this year. I'm relatively new to watercolor. I tried watercolor so many times. I'm not even kidding, y'all. I tried it over and over again, and I would get so frustrated, and I would just quit. Right? I was like, I can't do this. This is such a hard medium. I love oil paint. If I had my favorite, oils would be my favorite medium. But, it's kind of a pain to work with because you got to have turpentine to clean, and I don't know. It's just, But so I love oils. I love acrylic. I'm really okay with those. Watercolor, I was like, oh my gosh, I want to do watercolor. So I would try, get frustrated, and stop. Try again, get frustrated, and stop. And then, I guess it was 2019, because I'm looking at one of my things, I decided I'm going to take a course from the Frugal Crafter. She's on YouTube. And so I started taking her course, and at first I was going to give up, and I was like, no, just keep doing it, Gina. Just keep doing it. You just have to get used to this. And so it finally started clicking a little bit, and I knew I would love it once I would get the hang of it. But a lot of it, y'all, 90% of it is your paper. If you have crap paper, you are going to get so frustrated, and the brushes make a difference for me as well. Like, I have these brushes now, and they are very springy, and that is what I need. I can't, I do have some in here. My first ones that I used were like these. No, that's my rigger. It wasn't a rigger. It was like these, right? And they're not as springy. They just feel different. And then I switched to the Snap, Princeton Snap brushes. And I love these too. These have a nice snap. And that is what I need. I can't let it be all flimsy, because when I do, oh, my controls are crazy. But then I now have upgraded. I got these for Christmas from Craftimo. They're bamboo with synthetic fur, and I really am liking these. I have to get kind of used to them, but yeah. And then, so that makes it different. The brush, not so much as the paper. The paper makes the biggest difference, because when I really started liking watercolor is when I went to bee paper. At first I was using Canson XL, and it was, I thought it was okay paper. Because once I got the bee paper, oh my God, because this is 100% cotton, and I could tell the difference. And then I started understanding watercolor better. So y'all, if you're getting frustrated with watercolor, just try bee paper. It's not as expensive. You can get it from Jerry's Artorama. I had a sketchbook like this. It's just not as big. From bee paper themselves. I got that off of Amazon. But yeah, bee paper. But I love Arches. If I'm going to do something individual, I'll do Arches. But now there is a new paper that I've been using, Stonehenge water paper. And it's as good as B, maybe even a little bit better than B paper, and it's not as expensive. If you can get the bigger sheets, you can always cut them, and it's cheaper than even Canson, you know. But so yeah, so that's what I've been doing. Just been trying to work on my flowers arrangement. Some of my I wanted to work on script writing as well. And then I did do this guy. I really like this landscape. I thought it came out pretty good. This was just I was trying a couple of different things. If that wasn't there, I would really like this. This just is supposed to be a tree, but it came out weird, and I don't know. So, but if that wasn't there, I really would like this piece a lot. But yeah, just practicing flowers, different things, just mixing watercolors. And the good thing with B paper, you can use the back side of it. I mean, it's not as good as the front side, but you know, yeah, so just practicing. Now this is when I started getting sick with COVID. I had COVID a couple of weeks ago, for a couple of weeks actually. It was right after Christmas, and so New Year's Eve, I don't even remember New Year's Eve. I was so out of it. But I started working that during that time, so I kind of vaguely remember working on this a little bit. Definitely don't remember doing that. I kind of remember starting this, but not really finishing it. And then these, I don't remember doing at all. So, but that was during my COVID time. And then once I felt better, I was like, I want to do a portrait. So I ended up doing her, and I really like her. I think she looks really pretty cool. I love her eyes. I just, wow. And then this was part of, actually, I started this near the end of COVID, and then I kind of finished it up, but I don't know where I was going with that. So I just made them into things that I thought that they look like. And so then I tried this again, the Bouclé. Is that what it's called? No, not Bouclé. No. Yeah, I think. But anyway, it's supposed to look like, you know, raindrops or out of focus and all that kind of stuff. So I tried that again. And that turned out okay. And then I tried another arrangement, and this was just an arrangement out of my head. So yeah, so that was the last thing that I did. That was a few days ago. But yeah, I try to work in this every day, just practicing or something, you know, because that's the thing with watercolor, with anything really, you need to practice to get better. I still only have one view, and I'm pretty sure that's me, because I'm looking at it on my thing here. So, let's just practice. Oh, another thing with this channel, it is adult, obviously. Adult content. Not nasty, though. I don't tolerate that kind of crap. But, you know, a few cuss words will come out every now and again, because I do cuss, so, but, you know, nothing vulgar or nothing like that. I won't tolerate that. I won't tolerate any kind of isms whatsoever. Ageism, racism, genderism, none of that. No isms. Isms has got to go. So, just to let you know, those are kind of the rules. Okay, that was my stupid dog, because I moved. That was Phoebe, the big German. She's right behind me laying. I did not want another. We had a German Shepherd. Her name was Sasha. She was the best dog ever on the planet. I love that dog so much. She was such a good dog. She just died suddenly one day. It devastated me. This was back in 2020, May of 2020. It devastated me. I mean, I couldn't do anything for months. I was in true grief over this dog. And then COVID too. My daughter, she was working at a police department in the crime division. She was a cadet there. So I worried about her, because that was all during the time of unrest and everything. And I worried about her at her job getting COVID, because she had to go to work worried about my husband getting COVID because he had to go to work. He was essential. And I just worried. I was just I think probably from May until 2021, I couldn't do anything. The only thing I did work on was D&D, and that kept me sane. Making miniatures, because I have a 3D printer. Making miniatures helped. Working on my campaign helped. Working on the world, my characters, and all that kind of stuff. It was the only thing that really kept me sane. Because that's the only thing I did. I didn't do YouTube videos for months. I mean, it was months and months and months. I could not create anything. If I came in here, I would automatically get sad because I associated Sasha, because Sasha would hang out with me in here. And I was just not in the right frame of mind. And so finally, though, after several months, started feeling better. Then we ended up getting her a few months after Sasha, and I was not ready. And I knew, because I'm at home. And I think that's why I was so close to Sasha, because we were inseparable. I mean, because I've been at home for a long time because I homeschooled my daughter. So I knew I would be the one to have to take care of her. And I just was not ready for a new dog, especially another German Shepherd. But my husband really wanted one. And so we ended up getting her. And it was a struggle at first, I'm not going to lie. I really tried to stay detached from her. And, that's not going to work when you're the caregiver most of the time. But plus I just didn't want another puppy either. Puppies just irritate me, no matter what kind of dog they are. Puppies are just, but now she's getting older, and we had a hard time with her. Sasha was a biter too, but she did it because, they're Germans, and that's what they do. But she broke of it pretty quickly. Like 6 months old, she quit doing it. And she would go after the cats too, Sasha would, but at 6 months old, Mystery just tore her up. I mean, literally gashed her nose. And after that, she left cats alone. She wouldn't mess with cats anymore. So with Phoebe, though, she was a biter, like a lot, even after 6 months. I mean, I think she quit biting finally like at 8-10 months. She was just a nipper, couldn't handle that. And then she still would go after my cats. And we just now, I guess it was in November. She'll be 2 years old in July. And I think it was in November. Finally, I took her back to the vet. We even took her to a training place. And that helped a lot with a lot of her issues, but not with the chasing of the cat. Because he was like, just put her in a room with the cat and let the cat beat her up. And I'm like, but we don't have a cat that weighs enough now. Because Mystery is so old, he doesn't attack her, He just, whatever. So a lot of her issues, though, the trainer helped us with. And so I took her to the vet for her checkup, and I was talking to the vet about it. And I'm like, look, she's still like going after the cats. I just don't understand what we can do. And so she gave us a few suggestions on what to do, humane suggestions. Like the trainer, even though my vet was the one who suggested him to us, I would not ever take my dog to him and leave her there, because that was one of the things that you could take them and leave them. And that was one of his suggestions that he wanted to do, was just for us to leave her for like a week for him to. I would never, because he suggested a shock collar and just like things that he would do. Totally, I would never ever do to my dog. And I was like, I told my husband and said, no, he's a no-go. We'll try more of the tame things that he has told us to do, which did help a lot. But so anyway, back to the vet in November. She was like, put her in a cage, be consistent. And that was the problem. Just like with a child, we weren't consistent because we were doing that before. Like if she would go after a cat, we would be like, no, you got to go to your cage. So we would put her in her cage. And then and she is so smart, and I hate to say it, but she is even smarter than Sasha, and Sasha was very, very smart. So this dog's intelligence is off the chart. I mean, she learns things like one time. She's just so smart. So we were consistent, though, with her. Anytime she even looked at the cat, like she wanted to go at him, we put her in a cage. If she, laid down in front of the cat door that we have to go into the garage so the cats that's where their litter boxes are at. If she laid there, we'd put her in a cage. Anytime she would act like she was going to go run after one of the cats, we would put her in her cage. And we only had to do that for like a day or two, and she learned. All we have to do now is say, "You want to go to your cage?" and she knocks it off. So she has quit chasing them and all of that. And I was so glad. But then we had neighbors move in, and they have a pit bull and a little Dachshund. And the little Dachshund runs to the fence and barks at Phoebe, and then that gets Phoebe going. And then then the pit bull comes over, and then they're like, in the cage, or at the fence, And I'm like, you gotta stop. So now we tell her cage when she starts to go to the fence, because then what would happen is, even if they weren't out, she'd go run out with her hair all puffed up like she's about to go beat up something. And I don't like that either. You're going out being aggressive, so knock that off. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try it. So she went out and she started to go to the fence. I was like, Phoebe, cage. And so she stopped, stopped, and went away from the fence. And so now that's all. If she starts to go to the fence, that's all we have to say is Phoebe, cage, and she just stops, because she goes in the cage at night, because they do like sleeping like in a den, so she has no problem going in at night. We just tell her go to bed, and she just goes to her cage and goes sleep. But she don't like being in there when, of course, everybody is out having fun and partying. She's like, oh no, I'm missing out. Yeah, you are, because you're being mean. So she's slowly getting better. And of course, I'm used to Sasha. She was 11 years old. So she was well trained. Never, of course, the first year or two, they're still puppies. And so you still are constantly have to train them. But I was used to 9 years of not having to, all I had to do was be like Sasha Blot, and Sasha would do it, And so then you have to go back to all this training and working, especially with a German Shepherd. You've got to constantly be, stimulating their noodles, because they are so smart. But now she's good. So, yeah. So I'm starting to really enjoy her now. And I know that's awful to say. I should have enjoyed her as a puppy, but I just couldn't. So, but she's pretty good. My daughter is still not crazy about her, though. Okay, what should we do? Golly, still nobody's viewing this. Me. Alright, y'all. Oh, just to let you know, I will be live streaming every Friday for sure from 1 to 5. So even if I get no viewers, I don't mind. When I was little, I used to play school every day after school to do my homework and stuff like that. Plus, it was what I loved to do. I was going to be a teacher, which I ended up being for my daughter. I just didn't get paid for it. But, yeah, so I'm used to, like, talking to nothing. Because, I would explain things to my students, which was just reviewing really what I learned that day in school. So, but anyhow, but I'm going to be here. Let's mix up some color. I think I'm going to use some of, what is this, Rose Madder, or Permanent Rose. Where's my shirt? Permanent Rose. Use some Permanent Rose. I feel like I need to practice a little bit, though, because it has been a while. It's been a few days since I've done anything. Another thing that was hard for me to get the hang of was water control. And I finally, because I like to watch Emma Faye, Jana Rainey now. I just found her out. She's really good. She talks a lot like me. But she's very thorough, and I really, really like her. Shada Campbell is another one that I would watch. There was a couple of others, but those are the main ones that I watched. And I finally saw, and I'm going to show it right now, what Emma LaFay did to get just a little bit of
a wash on your thing, what I would used to do is just put a whole shit ton of water in with what I was working on, and then I would have way too much water, right? Because it's just nothing but water with a little bit of thing. Then I saw what Emma LaFay did. She actually showed it. Okay, so let's say we want some of this color. Oh, and another thing that I saw from Jenna is get a buttload of pigment on your brush too. That's another thing. I wouldn't, I would just be like, 1 or 2 times. No, I mean, she like digs in for like ever and a day, and to get her color. And these are professional Winsor & Newton, by the way. That's another thing. Your paint could be another issue, but really with the paint, what I find with it, like the cheapers they're just more chalky. But to me, the paint was not as important as the paper. The paper is number one. I mean, seriously, it is the number one thing that you need to work on. And then your brushes, I feel. Paints, I just wanted more kind with pigment, but I have so many dudes. I have a shit ton. I'm talking a lot of palettes. I do have Winsor & Newton. This is the Cotman, Cotton, Cotman, the student grade. So I do have this that I started with, and I do have some tubes that I can replace some of these with. And then, so I have that. Then I have Mungyo, which is really good. These are really, really, really nice, too. So these are pretty cool. And then I just have I have a lot of Prima, rather. I have the tropicals, and these are very vibrant, but they're chalky. But they're pretty nice. I mean, I have like 4 or 5 palettes of these. These are. Whoa, let me put my brush down. I just got paint everywhere. These are pretty good too, the Koi water. These were like the first ones that I got when I was doing Lindsay's thing, because this is what she suggested to get. So they're pretty vibrant. I mean, they're nice. But another one of my favorites, Paul Rubens. I have Paul Rubens Professional. These are his Paul Rubens, the Professional set. Oh my gosh, they're beautiful too. I really love these. And then another one that is really, 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 this right here was the next one that I bought. Pretty excellent. These are only like $20. They're Paul Rubens, but they're the student grade. And these things are, they're freaking phenomenal. I bought another set and just gave it to my daughter because I quit using it. But I mean, I use these a lot, as you can see. These were my go-tos. Oh my God, I really, really love these. So I have a lot of palettes, and some I use and some I don't. So for right now, though, I'm using my professionals just to get a hang of them, because I just got these in December. So I wanted to get the hang of them before I, use them. So that's why I've been using them. But like for practicing and stuff, I'll probably go back to my palettes, just, but for right now I am using my professional Cotman or Winsor & Newton. That way I can get used to them for when I make something. But anyway, back to what I'm saying. So Jenna uses a lot of pigment, right? But then, okay, so if we want to just do a wash, this is what I found. So you dip, like if you want a lot of wash, right? So dip it like a few times and then wipe it off, and then there you go, right? You got this wash. Let's say you want it even lighter than that. Wipe off again, right? And I was like, oh my God, so that's what you do. You just dip it in there, in your water, and then take the water off. And then there you go. See, you just can keep getting lighter and lighter and lighter. Like there, almost almost all of that off. I was like, that's what I it. Because before, like I said, I was just putting shit ton of water over my palette. And then it was just, and then I didn't wipe it off. I didn't blot it off. Nothing like that. And so then I would have, well, here, I'll show you. So I would just be like, oh, I want this really light. So I was like, just putting a shit ton of water in here. I might even have way too much thing. And then, see all that water? And that's not what I want. That's not what you want. Right? So, yeah. So that has helped me out a lot. And I just learned that probably in December. November. But yeah, so then you always have that. And then if you want even more, like want it even more saturated, you can just go and add it like that. Yeah, right? So crazy. It's just so easy. So once you get the hang of it, it's nice. So let's do, let's see. Let's do like one of these little flowers. We'll start. Let's go even a little bit lighter on this side. You can always just add more. Let's add some green. Let's add some green. I've got some green here. Oh, it's more tealy. Hold on. Let's add some sap green to that. There we go. It's got a lot of water in it, Gina. Cute. That's nice, huh? Let's see, what else can we do? Let's add a little bit of this scarlet. No, that's not scarlet, that's red. Windsor red. To this pink. And just like the other thing is I mean, I've learned a lot from Jenna. Like I said, I guess that's how you say her name. I don't think it's like my name, Gina. It's Jenna. I would say that's Jenna. Is how to do, let's see, it's too much water. That's okay, you can take it off. Is to imagine, like if you're making a flower like that, right? Just imagine all of the petals going to the same spot, which is here. Just add red in the middle. I'm gonna go ahead and put some lines in it. So, alright, let's give it some greenery. Another thing that I have a problem with, I'm gonna add a little bit of Prussian blue to that. Another thing that I have a problem with is I forget how I make things. Oh, that flower's cute. And what I mean is, like, I can go back and I can look at some things and I'm like, oh, like this. I don't remember how I made that. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's another one of my problems. I can do it, like if I'm watching a tutorial, but then So that's why I do like having it in my sketchbook, because I can look back and go, oh yeah, I remember how I did that. Or yeah, I think I remember how I did that. Like these flowers, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah. Let's just... And another thing that Jenna has suggests to do is, like, especially if you're doing a, like, limb or whatever, is to change your hues. Like, put some, you know, lighter ones or whatever. And I really do like that. Like this. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's see. Near the beginning. These. So they're all different kind of greens, colors of greens in there, which I think makes it look really cool. So, yeah. Alright. Let's see. Let's work on roses. I used to be able to do roses pretty well, but here lately, that happens to me a lot too. What size brush is this? This is an 8. Where's my, here, maybe I need to go up bigger. What is this size? A 10. I'm going to try a 10. But yeah, that's another thing that happens, but I think it happens in every medium, is that if you, it's like, you work and you do, and you're doing a good job, right? And everything is doing well. And then all of a sudden you go to do the same thing that you have been doing, and then it just looks like shit. You're like, what the hell is going on? But I think just like with kids and walking, first they walk really good, and then all of a sudden it seems like there's days where they just don't get it anymore. And then all of a sudden they're up and walking and they never crawl again. That type of thing. Or, you know, they get math, but then all of a sudden they have math farts where they don't know anything. They don't know how to add anymore. They don't know how to subtract. Easy. I'm talking about the easy stuff. And then the next day, all of a sudden they have it and they never have a problem with it again. So I think that's just a human type of thing that your brain does. It's like, okay, you get okay at it, but then your brain just goes wing, and then next time you try it, it just looks like shit, and then you're like, what the hell? I was doing good on this, and now I'm doing like crap again, you know? And then if you keep practicing, it turns out okay. That's my theory anyway. Alright, I have my 6, my 8, and a 10. That's as high as... I mean, this whole kit, this was like, these brushes were expensive. I'm not even going to fib. But they were my Christmas present this year. But there were a whole bunch of them. They were all of these. How many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. And so these are really tiny, which I don't think I will probably use because they're really, maybe the 4 and the 2 probably I would. But there's a 3 here. There's a 2. What is this one? 3 / a 0, a 0, a 1, and another 1. There's 2 1s in here? I guess so. So anyway, I usually don't use these really, really, really thin ones, but you never know. With detail work, you might need them. But I usually use just 6s. Like with my snap brushes, 10 was my go-to, and 6 and 4s. So I haven't used the Craft Mode 10. Let's give it a whirl. What was I going to do? Roses. That's what I was talking about. I was okay with doing roses, and now I think too much about it. You know, and before I was just do them. And so now I think too much, and so therefore I'm not that good at it. So, alright. Let's do a different color. Let's do a purple rose. Purple rose of Texas. I'm going to add my Winsor purple, which is dioxazide or whatever. And we'll do mauve. got a little bit of mauve here. We'll add that onto there. Oh, a little bit more of that mauve color. Alright. We'll dip it and wiped it off. Alright, so I'll make it up here. Light. I think what the problem is, like I said, one, I think too much about it. I think there's something on this brush. I didn't clean it, did I? I think the sizing or whatever it's called is still on here. Okay, this rose is coming out pretty good. Alright, let's add a little bit. And I like to add the darker colors, like, or, you know, I try to go back with a little bit of dark color. Hopefully the stuff would still be a little, well, that came out okay. I think this had that sizing stuff on it because something weird got on there, but that looks okay. I don't mind that. Just checking and see if anybody's chatting with me. I don't see anybody. Let's use, actually, let's use a little bit of sap. This is sap green. I'm going to use a little bit of sap green with a little bit of, this is Quadrichrome gold. That has a lot. Yeah. More of a yellowish color. Working with this brush is a little odd. Oops, my finger got in there. Let's add a little bit of this red up in the tip. Let's make them brown. Boom, boom. Somebody's having a party. Okay. Let's do pretty. Okay, see, that was a stupid place to place that. That looks stupid now. Ah, my composition is what's really crappy. See if I can fix this. Put another leaf down, going down this way. Alright, something is being weird here. Okay, that was what the problem is. There we go. Okay, I don't know. We'll just leave that alone. Let's do another. Thinking about it again.
Paper is drying pretty quickly today. That's already dried up there. I mean, it's okay. It's just not the best. Not. Of course, it's supposed to be loose, so. It's supposed to be the illusion of a rose, right? I tell you, the brush that really. Hold on, let me give this some leaves here. It must be, the heat must be on because it's getting, my paints are even. I don't know. Just practicing, just practicing. Let's make a little rosebud. Let's see, let's use, I've got some, this is Rose Madder, but it's my Winsor New, or Cotman New, what is it? Cotman, Newton Cotman, whatever. So it's not professional grade. I already had this, so until I use it up, I'm going to just use up the student grade first before I get professional. Okay. Rosebud. Okay. Rosebud. That's a lot of water. Want this side to be a little bit lighter. Just taking some of that off. Let's just add. Here. Let's use some of this gold again. Ugh. There we go. Alright, there we go. Not bad, not bad. Add a little bit of red in there. Cute. Let's see, what other flowers can we do? Let's do, like, in front of me, there is I have a bulletin board and I have a lot of my paintings on there. Some of them was from wildflowers, so they're different things, like wax flower. Let's see if we can do some of those. What is in my thing here?
Clean that out. Something has gone awry here. This part of my palette. Like there's some granulation or something in it. I don't know. Ugh. Alright, let's just mix some more. So we'll put some of the Windsor purple in there. We'll just use just it by itself. Okay, so the flowers, wax flowers. Usually I hear that thing when it goes off. So with the wax flowers, you just need to switch to a smaller brush. I mean, it's just pretty much just make a circle and then just put some leaves, petals around it, really. I think I need a smaller brush. This brush is pretty big. Probably a 6 would be better with it, you know. But we're using with what we have. Right? Let's see. It's got a lot of water on it. That's the thing too with these bigger brushes. They hold a lot of water. I'm going to switch to my 6 brush here. And I'll even do like a little put a little bit. The brush is dry. Put a little bud here. Maybe a little bud up here. Yeah, this is much better. It's okay to move your paper. We'll see. Again, these are just practice. Another little bloom up here. Alright, now take green. Let's use some sap green. Just use sap. Ew, I should have put yellow in there. Would have looked better, but whatever. Oof. I don't like just the sap green. But
they kind of have these little wispies on them. This would have been better if I would have used a different, if I added something to this green. This is not really the color I wanted, but it will work. But like, yeah, on all these little stems, you just add a little thorny things. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to practice making something like that. Oh, and then we do need to go in the middle, and we'll use black, which is this color. Pretty sure that's black. And put some black. Okay, well, that's still wet. I probably should have waited, but put some black in the middle there. See, isn't that cute? Yeah, that's just too wet. But those are like wax flowers. So that's good for a filler, you know what I mean? But yeah, I need to practice ferns. Because with my planner, I want to do a bunny, a fox, a squirrel, ferns, trees. I wrote it down. Mushrooms. So I need to practice all of those things. So we will do that. Well, I wanted to do my puzzle though. See? Excuse me. I love watercolor so much that... Here, I'm gonna add a little bit of this gold inlet. Really liked the color that made. Ooh, yeah. See the difference? I mean, it's still sap, but it's got this gold in it. So it's more of a greenish, yellowish color. Ooh, that one came out pretty. I think a lot of the problem is, you just get in a hurry. You're just like, right, I'm done. Which is fine. But if you take your time, it'll come out really pretty. But sometimes I don't mind these little, like, rank. Especially for fillers. They kind of look like sperm, but I think it's okay. Alright, so let's be done with watercolor. Boo! I do love watercolor. Oh, wait. No, you know what? I'll go till 3. How about that? Then we'll take a little short break so everybody can go potty, even though nobody is watching, but you never know. And then we'll go... and then we'll start the puzzle. How about that? That sounds great to me. 2 hours of watercoloring is never a bad thing. Let's see. Let's do... It's like a long, slender grass, man. Come this way. And we're going to work on just leaves. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit of indigo into that green. that I made. This is so good to do to work on just control. That's Phoebe. I think kids just got home. I really do like the idea to do different hues. I don't know, it just makes it look just better. Cool. Alright, if I were to guess about a fern. Alright, ferns, I need to probably look up a reference on it. But they have like this. Let's just say. Right, and then I'm wondering. It's kind of something like that, I think. I'll have to look up a reference, but just off the top of my head, maybe even, I mean, I think there's quite a bit. I think it's more like this, yeah. Maybe change, whoa, no, wrong color. Do you want to change the hue up a little bit? Maybe not that drastic though. That was a little drastic there. I mean, does this look like a fern? I don't think so. Like one fern leaf. Yikesies. I don't think it does. I'm gonna have
to look up what a fern looks like. Well, my roses look okay. See how fast that dropped? Pretty fast. Let's look up a fern. Well, let's see. I think with the mushroom, let's go with some raw sienna and a little bit of this gold. Maybe even with a little bit. That would be the stem color. Skinny one, a short little fat one. Yeah, that's nice for the stem color, I think. I'll kind of let that dry. Oh, and the trees. Trees are just gonna be not that color. I don't like that color. That's just pure. Let me get a rigger out. Just this one. That's a script liner. I need a rigger. I think this is my rigger. Yeah, 3. Alright. I'm going to add a little bit of brown to that mixture. More of an olive greenish color. Brown to the bottom. Right, I like that. A little bit more brown. Add a little bit of like that. So, oh, that's what my trees probably are going to look like. Like that. And that's dry enough. Alright, for the tops of these, I want to use Payne's Gray. Yeah, that's Payne's. Pretty sure. Yep. Right.
I need to look this up too. This one is going to be more of that cone shape. More round. Maybe add a little bit of this green to it. Greenish brown. And that. Maybe add a little bit of burnt umber to it. I'll have to look up some mushrooms, but that looks okay. Okay. So ferns, mushrooms, trees. These ferns, I don't know, man. I don't know about them. I just don't know. I really need to look them up. That would probably help a lot. I don't know. But there we go. Let's look up a fern. I don't mind the mushrooms. I kind of like them like that, actually. For some reason that thing is not sticking in my thing. I'll just have to, I mean, I don't mind it. Alright, let's look up ferns. Okay. Well, I'm not too far. I'm not too far away. It just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Alright. Okay. But I want it to be, yeah, like what you would find out in a forest. So it'll look something more like that. Okay. So, let me go rink. And then you have tiny one there, and then a tiny one there. And then it goes a little bit bigger. But they're all very together though, it looks like. So the first, like, I would say the first all the way down to there are just lines with little lines on them, right? Something like this. And then you eventually get the ones with the line, making them a little bit bigger. I don't know if I could do ferns. I have to look up how to do a watercolor fern, probably, because that just doesn't seem right the way I'm doing it. And then, of course, the squirrel is gonna look like, you got the ears of the squirrel and the face, the body, mushy ass tail. I don't know. I haven't decided on the animals yet because I want to do a bunny too. Bunny would be Payne's gray. And go tall. The bunny ears. Right, something like this. And you have his body on there as well. I mean, because it's going to be the border. And you can tell that's a bunny. And I was going to do a fox. Maybe this is just not a good idea. I don't know. What I need to do is take a piece of paper, and because I want it to be a planner that has just the day, but it's blank for you to do whatever, and then a border around that with what I was thinking was this stuff. So I need to like make that and then place this stuff around it. Yeah. Let that dry. Put his little eyeball right there. The squirrel's tail needed to come up a little bit. Well, it's just an idea. I'm going to date it, sign it like I always do. And I need to move this over, let it dry before I close it up. I'm going to need all my desk space for my puzzle thing that I want to do. Move my paintbrushes too. I don't know about the planner yet. I've decided. Oh, these are my D&D dice. It's slap full. I made a few of these dice sets myself. See if I can grab the ones I made. Amanda made that one. Let's see, I think I've only done. Let's see. I need to make more because I just love dice. I was waiting. I'm supposed to get a dice kit from Sophie and Toffee. It ain't come out yet. And I think they're mini dice, but then it's one of the big D20 dice molds. So I was going to wait until that came before I started doing any more resin. But who knows when it's coming. That's why I canceled that subscription. Because I wasn't getting it. I know a couple of my D6s are in the other room. Yeah, I made these. I feel like I made, well, I know I made more. I gave a couple to Amanda, a couple to Barry, my daughter, and my husband. Look at that one, though. I bought that one, though. Isn't it pretty? So,
It's just time consuming to do them because you have to sand them and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and yeah, and some of this stuff is in the living room with my dyes. But it'll get you the gist of what I did. So I made molds. I made molds out of silicone with one of my favorite dice sets. It was this dice set right here. This one rolls really well, really like it. So I used it as my thing. So yeah. And then some though, I do have oh, yeah. I knew I had made more, but these did not come out too well. This was just white, but I would have to use, what's it called? UV resin to fill the hole in that one. That one had a hole in it. But I just need to put the numbers on it. I think I've already sanded them. I just couldn't decide what numbers. And then like this one. So it looks like it was my, no, that's a D8. No, that's a D10. This is my D12. Did not quite come out too well, but sorry. But, so yeah, these came from my dice molds. Aren't they cool? I just made them white, so I've got to put the numbers on there. Not quite done with those. And then but I do have, I don't know where they're at, but I do have molds. Hold on. Oh wait, I think I know where they're at. I think I see them on my desk. I just have to move a lot of crap out of the damn way. Yeah, so I have these molds. We had these for a while. But now I know how to use them. And the first time I made them, oh my gosh, y'all, look what I made. Well, I'm going to show you. So this was the first time that I ever used it. Uh-oh, my thing must have hit it, sorry. First time I used these and I put these in wrong. So they made a little stand. So I do use them as like a, but look how beautiful they turned out. And then that's when I remade them. But yeah, I mean, they turned out beautiful. I love them. So, yeah, so now I just have them as a display dice because they've got their own little feet. But yeah, so these are pretty good if you know how to use it, which now I kind of do. Plus, I have a homemade pressure pot. I made one out of a Home Depot can, and it helps a lot with the bubbles and stuff. So, yeah. So, but I was just waiting to get that other from Sophie and Toffee. And, yeah. I have some more dice over here that I need to finish. I have dice everywhere. These are some of my stickers that I did, die cut for winter. Yeah, look at these. I'm pretty sure these came out of this mold, maybe? Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, I tried to fill it in. But I like the colors of these too. So I just need to probably sand these a little bit better. Or do they just need... I think they just need to paint the numbers on these too. And then, oh, look how cute. This was one of my videos for Craftmas. If you want to go look at how I made these. Aren't they adorable? I love them. Little charms. I'm going to make some more of these, but not Christmas themed. I might put them on my Etsy store because those were really fun to make. But yeah, I had the cup kind and tried to make a couple with the cup. If you know what I'm talking about, you might not, but it just did not work out as well as what I wanted it to do. No, wait. These were what I used to make my... No. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. See, that's the thing. I do things and then I don't remember doing them. But what I did is I printed these with my 3D printer and then used them to make the molds. Yes, I was using gelatin and stuff for molds in a cup. It did not work. I tried that several times with that and it didn't work. So then I went to the... Here, let me see if I can get it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. And then, though, I made these molds, the key top molds, and these work so much better, and this is what I use now to make my die. Mm-hmm. So I have 2 sets, so I can make 2 at a time. So yeah, just go on like that, and that's how I make my die. Told you I was a D&D nerd. So yeah, anyway, these have got to be, I think they need to be sanded. And I bought a pottery wheel to sand because it's a lot easier. Now I want to do pottery, but I have no kiln, so. Okay, so anyway, so I do have these molds that I can use as well now that I have my pot that I know how to use it. So yeah, but they don't turn out well enough for me to sell them really. But I just like making them because we collect dice. Me and my daughter do. And my husband, he likes dice too. But yeah, these are just a few of what I made. I like this one the best. The better one, I think I gave it to my husband, but I love these. It's like a sun. And then sometimes the numbers don't come out because of whatever. I don't think I have an example. I think it's in the living room. But yeah, the number won't be there, but I'll have because there's a void, a hole, so I'll have to use UV resin. But it's usually like number 1, so you know. But it doesn't affect the way that the dice rolls at all. They still, that's rolling pretty crappy. But anyway, alright, so it's 3 o'clock. So I'm going to go on a short little intermission for about 5-10 minutes. And I'm going to get me a snack, go to the potty, and get my desk ready for my puzzle I want to do. And I'm going to show you all the puzzle. I'm so excited about it. Yes, aren't these cute? They're adorable. This was so much fun to make. I loved making these. I could do it all day long. So, but they're cute. Little Christmas ornaments is what they're supposed to be. But I guess I could make them into charms. They're pretty small. Alright, let us go on intermission, and I will see y'all back here in about 10-15 minutes.
Is it working now?
I think so. So y'all didn't hear not a goddamn thing I said. Well, shit.
Is it working now?
I think so. So y'all didn't hear not a goddamn... There we go. Okay, well, I was talking about Boba Fett, Star Wars, and all that jazz. And what I'm doing, if you haven't noticed, is I'm just trying to sort these out before I begin with like colors. I figured it would be easier to do it this way. But this is going to take forever and a day. So, yeah. I went to go look to see how many just chatting, and I'm not even on the thing. So that's probably why I don't have anybody in here. I don't know, maybe I need to be half naked like most of those girls were. Come on, women, don't sell yourself out like that. That irritates me. I mean, whatever. I'm not gonna comment too much on that. It's like we're never gonna move forward if women keep doing that shit. Men are never gonna see us other than a body. And that kind of like pisses me off a little bit. So, but of course I'm old. Who knows, if I was young, I might be having my titties all out too. Like, hey, look at my boobies. Ooh. But you don't need to. Shouldn't need to, but whatever. Whatever. This is boring. I really wish somebody was in here so that we could talk while I'm doing this, because this is fucking boring, man. I didn't know this was going to be as boring as it is. But it is pretty boring. And I mean, I'm just throwing shit in piles, because I don't know. I mean, it looks like it could go there. I don't know, but that looks like that could go there. That's purplishy. That's purplishy. Purplishy. Okay, this is part of the door. Obviously, it's red. Jeez Louise, this is gonna take me all goddamn day. Do-do, ba-do. Okay. Okay, I gotta take my sweater off. I'm starting to sweat. There we go, another edge piece. Normally what I used to do is just get all the edge pieces out. And then you would have to dig and dig and dig, you know, for other colors. So, but I'm trying it this way this time. Like I said, well, I don't know. I don't know if it came out or not, but this is the first time I've done a puzzle this big. Did y'all even hear what this puzzle is? See, I don't even know. Stupid microphone. This microphone does that all the damn time. Just fucking... just irritates me. But this is from D&D. It's Dungeons and Dragons. It is Critical Role from their second campaign, the Mighty Nine. I got this puzzle for Christmas, and I was just, man, when I saw it come out, I was like, oh my gosh, yes. I was so excited because this was one of my favorite parts of that campaign. Is when they went to go see the hag, and when Jester did the memory modification on it and tripped Matt out. And, you know, so So, yeah.
And so when they came out with the puzzle, I was like, oh my gosh, I've got to get it. It's going to be so cool. And so this is what it is. And of course, it's 1,000 pieces. That's a lot. I don't think I've ever done 1,000 pieces. I don't think I ever have. Still no viewers. I'm not going to give up though, guys. I know a lot of people would be like, oh my god, nobody even showed up. You know, well, it takes time. Unless, you know, you spend money to get people to come, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how that works on Twitch, but I'm not doing that. I'm gonna depend on my great personality. Ooh, look at that piece. Yeah. It's like a freaking sword. That's another. Oh no, it's bent. Man. Don't you just hate that? Another way to sort them is by shape. That's another way to do it. If you don't want to go by color, because it's kind of hard with the color, especially like this one, because there's like a lot of same colors. But I'm trying to, if I see colors of one thing, I'm gonna put them in. You know, that probably will go in that pile. These really are probably all the same color in the end. Alright, we're getting there, y'all. Wow, I didn't know this was going to take the rest. I mean, this is probably going to take all the way up to when I stomp. But luckily I have this little thing, it rolls up. And but what I'll do is I will put what I've separated out in different, I got little baggies that I'm going to put them in so that they don't get, you know, mixed up or whatever. But yeah, I was talking about Boba Fett and how we've been watching Boba Fett and how I don't really like Boba Fett. I don't understand why he got his own show, because Boba Fett's a dick. You know, I mean, in the old, he's the one who chased Han and them into the asteroid field. Then they had to go down in that monster. So why do we care about Boba Fett? You know? But I'm such a Star Wars geek that I wanted to watch it. And then it's like, okay, are we supposed to care about Boba Fett? I don't understand. Why would we care about Boba Fett? And my daughter, who is more of a nerd than I even am, she was like, yeah, people like Boba Fett. I'm like, who the hell likes Boba Fett? Oh, the one that liked like the sis. The psychos. They're the ones. And if you like them, you're a psycho. Embrace it. I know, I do. Oh, gosh. Y'all, I'm getting bored of doing this so much. But we must continue. We must increase our best. So yeah, so I'm not giving up. I will be here every Friday. So if you do happen to stumble across this later on, you know, like, I don't know, because, you know, the video will be up. Where should I put this? I don't know what the purple, but it's purple greeny. Leave that out. I think that might go with that. You know, then, you know, tell your friends, hey, there's this crazy old bitch on there that, you know, she likes to hang out and talk about different things, and watch her. And then come back next Friday and chat with me, so I'm not sitting here talking to himself like a crazy person. Oh, look at that. That's part of the, what is that?
Oh, y'all look, I didn't notice that. There's a little flame. Y'all don't even see what I'm looking at, but there's a little flame. This is part of the grass area. I'm going to put that by itself too. Do, 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 Well, so how's everybody doing? Everybody have a good day? I've had a good day so far. I mean, I've enjoyed this. You know, I would have enjoyed it more if somebody would have come on and talked to me. It's making me kind of be like, you know what? Maybe I need to go do this on YouTube. But nobody came to my YouTube either, so it's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna put that guy there. Probably in the wrong spot. But edge piece, edge piece, edge piece, edge piece. That's not an edge piece. That's an edge piece. Ooh, I can put that together. Gilmore, no. I'm gonna go right here. No. Whoa. Anywho, I was so nervous though, I'm not gonna lie. I was nervous before I started today's live stream. I almost didn't do it because I'm like, I've never been on Twitch live streaming before. Well, that's not true. I have streamed on here with my playing WoW, World of Warcraft. Oh yes, I play that too, in The Sims 4. Those are about the only games I really play, besides Dungeons and Dragons. But yeah, anyway, so, you know what, I'm going to put the, so yeah, so I was like, oh my gosh, what do people do come up, because I do have social anxiety, really, really bad, so, you know, the thought of having to talk to someone that I really don't know really terrifies me. But once I get to know you, I don't, you know, I'm like, wah! People at first, when they first meet me in real life, because I'm very quiet in real life, I like really don't talk to people at all until I get to really know you, because I'm crazy. I mean, I am abnormal. But not really. It's just social anxiety. So I'm very quiet. So a lot of people, especially growing up, always thought that I was a snob, you know, that I was stuck up and snobby, because I never talked to anybody until I really got to know them. And then once you got to know me though, oh my God, or once I got to know you, you would be like, Gina, shut the absolute, because I'm just wild and crazy. So, but I had to get to know you. I had to assess you, right? I had to be like, is this person cool enough to jive with me? You know what I mean? Like, are they cool enough to understand my humor? Because I have a very, what word am I looking for? It's like I'm a smart ass, pretty much. Sarcastic, smart assy. So a lot of people, you know, get their feelings hurt. Lord, I wouldn't be able to make it in this day and age, y'all. I am not even going to tell a lie. Oh, God. Because I know I used to hurt people's feelings. Sometimes it was on purpose. A lot of times it was on purpose, depending on what they had done. A lot of times it's just, because I joke around and people just didn't get it. But my friends did. And those that appreciate humor got it. So, picture there. I'm just babbling on. Babbling on, boobity-doo. Babbling on, shooby-doo. La 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 la. Come on, put you there. That's a pile of, I don't know where the hell to put you, so I'm just going to put your ass right there. Wowzers. This is going to take all dang day, man. Oh, my back is starting to crackle. Well, all we can do is just to keep on doing what we're doing, you know what I mean, Jelly Bean. Yeah, so when I went on break, I was trying to be like, why? So I went to the just chatting, because I figured that's the best thing to put this, because I want to chat while I'm doing all my other things that I'm doing. So I figured it would be the better thing to put as, what I'm doing. I went there and oh my gosh, that was a whole bunch. There. Of just chatting. I was like, well, that's probably why nobody's paying any attention. Well, too, it wasn't even on there. Oh, wait. Look, y'all. Come on, man. Yep. Right here. Glorious Goods. Nice. I got 2 pieces together. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh. Stupid thing went off. Well, I've been going for 30 minutes. Oh, that's got some blue in it. Y'all, oh my gosh, I forgot to tell you. Holy cow. Dudes. Okay. I don't know if I should tell you. This is kind of, well, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, have you ever had a dream? You wake up from the dream and you're like, holy shit, that was so fucked up, and you're so pissed off, right? Because this dream was just so horrible. Okay, I had one of those this morning. Oh my gosh. So, my husband and I, we have been married for 30, let's see, in May it's going to be 34 years. No, 35 years in May. No, yes, 35. It's 2022, yes. So 35 years. So we've been married 34, been together 35. Okay? So, I dreamt last night, or this morning, it was this morning, I dreamt that I found on my husband, even though his computer is in here, I use his computer to check out my stream and stuff like that. But in the dream, he had his computer. I was looking on it and I found this document, right? That was a sketchbook. And the stuff on the document was not like blacked out or anything. And I was like, what is this? So I kept looking. My eye is twitching. I kept looking. Look, I'm getting stressed from this freaking dream. So, ooh, I'll put you there. Oh, no, there, I'll put you there. So I go looking and I find this sketchbook, notebook, whatever you want to damn call it, right? And then when I get ready to go look back on the computer, he had deleted the document. And I was like, you better not have deleted that. And he was like, I did. So then I like tore up the house to find the sketchbook. I find it. Dudes, he had been having an affair since 2017. And the worst part about it all, I mean, once I realized it was 2017, and once I realized that he had been having an affair, I was like, you can go now. You can leave. Get the hell out of my house. Bye. But then, what made it really, really bad was he had a baby with this bitch. A baby! I was like, and the baby was like a year old. I was like, you fucking bastard. Like, now you really got to get the hell out of my damn house. Dudes, that dream, oh my God, I freaking hated it. Ooh. So needless to say, I had to call my husband. And I was like, oh my God, I had the most fucked up dream. He was like, what was it? And then I told him, you know, and he was like, oh. He just laughed. I'm like, it's not fucking funny. Not funny. And what would make that really worse or bad is we had to go through in vitro to have my daughter. So I think that, you know, I even, when I was, because it was me, I was the one who was infertile. And, I mean, I can even remember being like, telling him, we'll just get a divorce. I can't give you, because he wanted children. He wanted a lot of kids. I mean, like a freaking lot. And I just couldn't give them to him. So I was just like, we can go our separate ways. And he was like, are you stupid? He was like, no, that's okay. I don't want kids that bad. Oh, but you want kids? Not that bad. I want them with you. Not with somebody else, with you. So I think that's always been a thing inside me, you know, like, oh my God, I can't get him what he wants. So every now and again I have those fucked up dreams where, you know, I dream that he has a baby with somebody else. Oh, and he was a dick too. Ooh, he was a dick in this dream. Oh my God. Ooh. Y'all, I should tell you the story about how we met. That's always a good one. He hates it. He hates when I tell this story because it embarrasses him because he was a dick. He was very, very mean in high school. And that's where I met him. Well, I knew of him in high school. And we did not have a good encounter the very first time that we met. He was in my Spanish class, and he told me to shut the fuck up and turn around, bitch. I was like, what? I had never. He was a lot older than me. He was probably a junior, and I was a sub freshman, because we started high school in 8th grade. And so, yeah, I had never been spoken to like that ever in my life. And I was just like, what? So then many, many years later, my best friend was like, hey, guess what? Barry wants to meet you. And I said, are you high? Hell no. I'm not meeting that dude. Get the absolute hell out of here. Because not only because of that situation, but because one of my boyfriends before him told me so many disturbing stories about him and his conquest. I was like, oh no, I'm not going to be another one of his stories he's going to tell his friends about. No, thank you, ma'am. Oh, but he's not like that anymore. Because he was he was out on his own working and all that kind of stuff. He was like 20 when I met him. And I was 17. He was, yeah. So, I was like, no thank you. Then she tricks me into meeting him, going over to his house. Because I had just gotten out of a really, really shitty bang relationship. I mean, it was awful. Abuse, all that, 9 yards, crazy town. But, so I really wasn't wanting to get into another. I just, I was happy being able to do what I finally wanted to do. Because Lord knows I wasn't able to do that when I was with that cat. So, yeah. I was not interested at all in meeting him, having anything to do with him. Didn't want a boyfriend. Didn't want nothing. I just wanted to be left alone. But thank God she tricked me. He was watching his little sister and brother, who I knew his little brother. He's a year younger than me. And I knew him, too, as well. And so I go over there. And I knew that night. Where is this one gonna go? Let's see. I'm gonna just put that right there. I knew that night that we were gonna get married. Didn't even really know him, but I just knew. I looked at him because I get kind of sixth sense sometimes. I can also, I know y'all are gonna think I'm crazy, but I don't care. Sometimes but anyway, I get a sixth sense. And, I looked at him, and in my head, wasn't me. It was, you're going to marry him one day. And sure enough, we got married. About a year and a couple of months after that. Well, yeah, that's our story. He don't like it because of the way he treated me in high school. I guess he feels bad that he treated me so poorly. He was so mean to me. And I was just trying to help him out. That's all I was trying to do. Because we would have oral quizzes. Pop oral quizzes. And that's what was happening. We were having an oral quiz. And so the teacher, I sat in front of him. The teacher came by and he asked whatever it was in Spanish, and Barry was like, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. He was like, don't know, dude. So he asked him another question, and Barry was like, So I turned around and was kind of like mouthing to him like what the answer was. Oh my God, that set him off, man. Turn around, bitch. I don't need your help. I was like, whoa. Whoa, hells to the no. Boy, you better believe I turned around. I turned around and I was buttoned up and was like, no, we'll not do that ever again. So, yeah. We did not have a good starting out situation. But, and he was so mean. Oh my God, he was so mean. Woo! He was so mean, y'all. But now that I know his history, I understand why he was like the way he was. But, oh my gosh, he was just plumb awful. If you did not move out of his way, it didn't matter if you were a girl, a boy, a cat, dog, it didn't matter. You would move the hell out of his way. or he would just bulldoze right over you. He didn't care. Did not give two shits. He was just mean. Oof. So yeah. And then I had him again the next year. He was in, for me it was computer lit. For him it was a study hall. And yeah, he would come in. Boy, I wouldn't even look at him. I'd be like, ugh! I'd avert my eyes like, oh my God, he's going to fucking kill me if he looks at me. So yeah. Oh, he was so mean. Just mean. I know I have a pile for you, but now my piles are kind of getting all together. Here, wait, that goes up there. Yeah, he was just, oof, just not nice. Not nice at all. So yeah, we almost did not met. I mean, literally, my friend literally tricked me. And then once I figured out where we were going, I was like, oh, I'm not going there. You're going to turn around. You're going to take me home. I'm not going over there. I already told you I don't want to have nothing to do with him. I don't have near nothing to do with him. She's like, come on, please. You know how it goes. You know how it goes when you have a best friend and they're begging you because they want to be with their boyfriend and, you know, and all that kind of crap. So what can you do but say, okay, all right. But I'm not talking to him. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I said. But I'm not talking to him. And I barely talked to him, really. So I don't even know how we ended up. But like I said, I just looked at him. Because there was a hole between the living room and the kitchen. And he was in the kitchen talking to other people. There were a bunch of other people over there, which I knew. But I knew everybody. So it wasn't like I was not comfortable. But I was determined not to talk to him. And of course, my best friend, I don't even know where the hell she went. Well, you know, but anyway. So, there, I'm just stuck. So I'm just in the living room, minding my own damn business. And, yeah, I looked through the window and sure enough, or the opening. And sure enough, I mean, he was just talking to whoever. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to marry him one day. I'm going to marry him. He is who I'm going to marry. And then we get married. That still trips me out. I mean, it was clear as day. You're going to marry him. And then I ended up getting married to him. Trippy! Oh my gosh. It's like, where did I put that? I know I probably got edges in with this stuff too. Ooh, here's another. Oh, we're missing a little piece right there. So, yeah. Has anything weird like that ever happened to y'all? What is this? And I still don't have no views. I'm going to cry. Nobody wants to watch me. It's okay. Golly, I don't feel like I've even put a dent in this thing. Phew, doggy. This is just too much. Too many. 1,000 pieces is a lot, y'all. I mean, wow. Like I said, it kind of starts getting hard to divide up the colors. You know what I mean? That's another edge piece. That's another edge piece. that going to be an edge piece? Maybe. That's got blue in it. Just like. Ooh, there's another hot fire red. Ooh, that's got some red in it. It's these brownish with the brown. The dark brown with the light brown. It's kind of giving me a hard time. You know what I mean? I'm going to put that there because there's a little bit of purple there. Put that there. Ooh. Oh, look. Oh, don't you love that? When two pieces are already together, joined in matrimony. So, we were going to go to IKEA tomorrow, but the IKEA that's near us requires you to wear a mask, and that's just not our bag. So we opted not to go. And before you come at me, I'm 110 years old. Look at, when you get as old as me, after a while, you're just like, if I'm, if it's going to, hold on, I think my thing is going, here, I need to bring it over here. Yeah, if COVID is going to take me out, then I guess I was just meant to be taken out by a cold or the flu. I mean, when COVID first happened, I was petrified. Oh my gosh. Because that is one of my anxieties too, is the music still going? Hold on, I'm gonna check. COVID first happened, I was petrified. Oh my gosh. Because that is one of my anxieties too, is the music still going? Hold on, I'm gonna check. Okay, it should be going. It had quit. The music had stopped. Yeah, it's going now. Okay. But anyway, so yeah, that is one of my anxieties too, is like getting sick, or like my biggest fear had always been if I got an allergic reaction, like from medication or whatever, and that happened to me. I got anaphylactic shock from the medicine that I was taking. So I lived through that. It was very terrifying, but that was my biggest fear that I've always had. And that's why I never really did drugs. I mean, the only thing I ever did was a little bit of that. That was it. Drinking, but I don't do anything now. Old fart. But, yeah. So, but like I never did hard stuff at all, because I was always so afraid. Because I read the book that was then, This Is Now, when Eminem did the acid, and he went freaking batshit bonkers, and he stayed fucked up for the rest of his life. And not only that, I mean, so I read about that, but there was a dude that lived in our neighborhood that my brother knew that had happened to him. He did so much acid that it fried his brain, and he was in that state. And so I never, ever, ever tried any of that shit. No, thank you, ma'am. But anyway, y'all, I'm just telling all my secrets, aren't I? Well, too bad nobody's watching. But, yeah, so, now is this an end piece? What was I saying? There's kind of an edge on it. So, yeah. So, when COVID came out, I was so afraid that I was going to get it and die, because everybody was dying. Then after really researching and looking and kind of using my cognitive brain, I was like, man, this ain't so bad. I mean, it's, for some people it is. I'm not doubting that. I'm not saying that. For the majority, it's just, oh wait, that's an end piece. It's, a bad flu. So we actually had it before they claimed COVID was over here. We had it late December of 2019. Runny nose, sore throat. First it was sore throat, then it was runny nose, then it was no taste, no smell for days. I'm talking enough for me to Google because I got concerned, because normally when I would get a cold, I'd lose my taste for maybe a day, 2 max. First COVID, it was like 5 days. I didn't have taste nor smell. It was enough for me to worry about it. And then just tired, dry cough that lasts the main symptoms only last like 5 days, but the cough lasts for like 2 weeks. Just tired though, like not even achy or anything, just tired. So when all the symptoms start coming out and everything, I was like, I think we've already had COVID. Pretty sure that's what we had, because, Well, then come November 2020, my daughter's boyfriend did get COVID. He got tested. And sure enough, he had COVID. And he, so, and of course, my daughter had been with him, macking all on him. And she did not get COVID. We did not get COVID because he had been over here, so we were exposed to him, and we did not get COVID. So that kind of solidified, especially after my daughter did not get COVID. I was like, we had COVID. We had it, or she would have gotten it, because they were, macking. So we made it through last year. Everything was fine. Never got Delta. But not so lucky with the Omicron. We did get Omicron. But Amanda didn't. My daughter didn't. She did not get it. Luckily, we got it during Christmas, and she was with her boyfriend down in Florida with his family during Christmas. So when we were most contagious, she was not here. And then when she got home, Barry started feeling bad Sunday, the day after Christmas. We went hiking Christmas Day. It was beautiful. Then Sunday, he went to bed like at 8:30. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And he was like, I'm tired. My head is hurting. I'm tired. I was like, oh, okay. Not knowing that, So, then he had a cough, a little bit of a cough. And then Monday, he went to work. I went and worked out, and did a really strenuous workout. And with all the hiking too, because it was a pretty good hike. We worked our muscles really good. We felt that hike. And so he came home and he was like, 5 guys are out, or he called me actually later that day, and he was like, 5 guys are out with COVID. And I was like, what? I was like, well, you've got it, buddy. And so then I was like, I was fine Monday. Tuesday, I started getting the cough. So I did not go back to the gym because I was like, I probably have COVID, especially if guys at his shop have got COVID. I probably have COVID. And so I did not go to the gym. I just stayed
But he never really, he just had a cough, and that was pretty much it. He never really had a fever either. Barry didn't. So his symptoms were very mild. He only was a couple of days that he didn't feel good. I mean, and he felt, I mean, not bad, but I, on the other hand, ugh, I was like, there was a few days, I don't even recall what I did. I was so out of it. But what was weird, I'd take my temperature, and my temperature was not even a fever, because a fever is 100.4 or up. And it would be like 99.9 or 100. There was only one day that it got up to 101. And I felt better that day than I did on the days that it was low. But yeah, I lost my taste of smell, and I lost my smell and my taste. Oh, New Year's Eve. And I really don't remember New Year's Eve either. We didn't even, usually we watch Dick Clark and do all of that, and we didn't do nothing. I just made wings, and that was it. Barely tasted them. I had just enough taste to just barely taste them. And we went, Amanda's boyfriend was over, and they hung out in her room and then me and Barry just sat in the living room, didn't watch the ball drop, nothing. We didn't, I mean, but we were up when the new year came in, and I was just like, Happy New Year, and he was like, Happy New Year, and that was about it. But yeah, it took me a couple of weeks to start feeling better. The cough lasted about 2 weeks again, like it did before. And it lasted. And the taste, I didn't get my taste or smell back for like a week this time. So, but it's just weird. It was just the fogginess too. And I wish I would have, Barry got some Pedialyte, because he ended up getting a kidney stone. He's susceptible to them. He's had to have surgery to bust one up before. So he's but he got another kidney stone, so he got some Pedialyte, and he got some cranberry juice to help with that. So again, I mean, I never really, I don't know. I mean, I kept drinking water. I made sure I drunk my water, because the last time I had COVID, because I didn't drink enough, because I didn't want to, I ended up with a bladder infection. So I was bound and determined not to let that shit happen again. So I made sure, I mean, I drank water, hot tea. You know, I just kept hydrated. Soups, stuff like that. And I ended up losing 8 pounds in a week. Because that was another thing. I had no appetite. That affected me too. It was my stomach. And I didn't, well, yeah, I did. The stomach issues that happened to me, which didn't the very first time. I had no stomach issues whatsoever. But this time, I mean, I had no appetite whatsoever. I had to make myself eat, because I knew I had to, in order to get better, you know? And so, yeah, I lost 8 pounds, and I've kept it off, so that was good. I mean, I haven't been trying to lose weight. I'm on Noom, so, but in a week to lose that was not good. And I was getting really worried about that, because every day I was continuously losing weight every single day, because, you know, on Noom you weigh every day. And so I was like,
So I would weigh, even though I wasn't really keeping up with what I was eating, because like I said, I really wasn't eating all that much. But yeah, I ended up losing the weight. But when Barry got the Pedialyte, I started drinking it, and I really believe that's what made me get over it, because it has zinc in it and all that. And so yeah, I think by starting to drink the Pedialyte, because the minute I started drinking the Pedialyte, I felt so much better. Even though I didn't have a fever. That's what just tripped me out. I'm like, but I don't have a fever. Like, why do I feel like I have a fever, but I don't have a fever? That's just weird. So, yeah. So that's our saga about COVID. So I didn't go work out. I just started back to the gym this week. So it had been like 3 weeks since I had been to the gym because, because I take classes in the morning, and a couple of the classes that I take, senior citizens are in it, and I would feel really, 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 really crappy if I were to, give one of them COVID, because they are really, it really affects them, so. But I'm glad to hear that it is, the Omicron is probably going to be the last of, like, the baddies, I mean, if you look at the statistics and everything, they, they are saying, the experts are saying that even though it's very contagious, transmissible is what the word they use, even though it's transmissible, easily transmissible, it is less, like there's way less hospitalizations, way less deaths from it, and all that. And that's including, unvaccinated, vaccinated, and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So I'm glad to see that they're feeling, especially the one that I watched, he said that him and a lot of the other experts, virologists and epidemiologists, or whatever you want to call them, they feel like that that it's just going to become an epidemic now, where you just see it like during, like the flu. It's just going to be during the flu season or the cold season, It's just going to be now, it's going to be cold, flu, and COVID. And it's not as bad as original COVID, which is how it's supposed to be. And he said there shouldn't be any more, variations. But we'll see about that. But yeah. So I'm glad about that we're finally going to get back to normal, and all this craziness will stop. Demanding this, demanding that. So yeah. And no, we did not get the vaccine. I'm not going to get the vaccine. I don't know what's in it. And as I've said, that is one of my fears, is to take something and have an allergic reaction to it. And I do have a history of that, obviously. So yeah, so I will not be getting it. I don't feel it's necessary. So there's that. And if you don't agree, that's fine. You can not agree. That's what makes it great. You do you, boo. If you feel that, you need it, then you take it. But you can still spread it, and you can still get it. And that's not a vaccination. I don't care what they say. They're trying to I'm old. And, us old people, it takes us a while, but, back in my day, youngin', back in my day, a vaccination means that you would not ever get. That's why they call it a flu shot. Because you can still get the flu, right? They're guessing what flu is going to come out. So it's not a vaccination. A vaccination means that you are not going to get that virus. Like chickenpox, you're not going to get chickenpox, right? That's the point of it. The Gardasil or whatever it is. You're not going to get that cancer because it's a virus that does that. That causes that cancer, specific cervical. You could still get cervical cancer, just not from the HPV, not from that virus, right? That's what that shot is for. So that is really what vaccination, mumps. If you get a mumps vaccination, you're not going to get the mumps. Even if you're exposed to the mumps, you're not going to get the mumps. That's the point of vaccination. So for you to be able to still get the mumps, I mean, you still can get COVID, you can still spread COVID. That is not a, that's not a vaccination. You're not supposed to still be able to get it, spread it, anything when you're truly vaccinated against something. So, plus again, I don't know what's in it. And it didn't go through a trial period. The trial period was people taking it. No, thank you, ma'am. Not doing it. Not taking it. Put you there. Because that was the trial. Usually it takes years for, unless they had it because they knew it was going to come out, right? Did they have the vaccination because they created the virus? No. Something to think about, though. I know. A lot of y'all are going to be like, this lady's kooky.
She's on that side.
I'm just on the let's think about it side, logically. Take feelings out of it. Just really think about it. I mean, vaccinations, there are some good vaccinations out there, but some are unnecessary. I mean, like Amanda, she had all the vaccinations, but her second dose of the chickenpox, because I started to homeschool her. When she was little, she was in a daycare, so she had to have all that. But I never got the second dose of that because I didn't believe in getting the first dose of it. And if I had homeschooled her, I would not have gotten the first dose of chickenpox because, to me, chickenpox just, it's something that you get and you get over it. It doesn't kill you. It's not like the measles or the mumps, rubella, whooping cough. It's not like those that can actually kill you. It's just uncomfortable. And can you get bad cases? Sure you can. Sure. I'm not saying you can't. But nothing to warrant a vaccine that who knows what it's going to do to you in the future. That's the thing about these vaccines, Like some doctors are thinking that why all of a sudden there's a lot of people with Alzheimer's now is because of the vaccinations. Because the aluminum in it goes to your brain. And this is not like a Jenny McCarthy thing. I mean, just do some research, do some Googles, just, look at some things. Fully, not just snippets. Sometimes you got to watch a 30-minute thing, y'all, and see younger generations don't want to waste the time to watch something that long. So they just want to watch snippets. And when you watch snippets, you don't get the full 411. You know what I mean? Y'all, I'm just going on a tangent now. Y'all surely are not going to watch me now. because I'm going on the deep end. But yeah, so and so you never know. So I just didn't feel like chicken pox, and I didn't get her the HPV one either, because I went through issues with infertility, as I said earlier, and I was not going to do anything, because you don't know what is in there. When I did the research on that, saw what some of the chemicals in it were and what they did, I wasn't going to take that chance. So I left it up to her. Because you can still get it once you're an adult. You can get it up until age 24. And why is that? Why is there only a window of 11 to 22, 24 to get that vaccination? Have you thought about that? Why can't, because anybody can get it. I can get it. If I'm having sex with a lot of different partners, right? If I am having sex with different partners, that's how you get that virus, from unprotected sex. So an adult can also she's barking at somebody across the street. Uh-oh, she's really sounding mean. Might need to go look to see what she's barking at. But yeah, I mean, adults can get it if you're having unprotected sex. So why are they just stopping it at 24? Seems suspect to me. That was another reason. I'm like, why are they just stopping it at that? They're stopping it, it seems, at the height of a woman's fertility. So do research, y'all. Just do research. That's all I gotta say. I know I sound like a lunatic. That's okay. I really am not. I just like to get all the information before I make a decision. So, yeah. Plus, it had just come out, too. But, yeah, I made a man let her make that decision for herself if she wanted to take it or not. And with the advice. Plus, I had talked to my GYN about it. And, you know, we had conversations. So those were the really only ones that Amanda never got. Okay, now, is that an edge piece? I'm going to say it is. I don't know if it is or not, but... Ooh! There's somebody's face. Who is that? That's not. That's her right there. It's going to be part of that road. I'm going to put that up there. So there's another face. Whoa. Who is that? That's Yasha. No, that's not Yasha. That's whoever that is. Who is that supposed to be? Because that's Yasha. That's Ford. That's Caduceus. That's not. That would be Caleb. That's probably Jester. Oh, I guess this is Bo. Yeah, of course Bo would be looking at the picture. Of course she would be looking. Mm-hmm. Still nobody looking. Well, damn. Hopefully I'll get all these divided. Like I said, some of these have kind of gone together, but it'll be alright. I'm just trying something new. Usually I don't do it, like I said, I usually don't do it this way. I usually just put the edges and then kind of sort of put things together, I guess I do. I don't know. Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. Nobody knows but Jesus. I don't know. I'm almost done though. Chatting about crazy crap helped a lot. But now, because I have anxiety, now I'm like, oh my god, I should not have said that. Damn it. Now people are gonna come jump on me. But you can do it. You have your opinion too. Just be respectful is all I ask. If you do want to debate it, I don't mind. Just, be respectful. That's all I ask. That's how adults act in the world. Whoa. Oh, I put her face there. Let's see. Boo, boo, doo, boo, 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 doo. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow besides play Dungeons and Dragons. Y'all, okay, so I have my own world, right? I created my own world, and so I do use every now and again. I do buy the resource books through D&D Beyond because then you can use them like the monsters and feats and stuff like that, right? So I did get the Curse of Strahd. Amanda's boyfriend actually got it for me last year for Christmas, right? But then I had to rebuy it to put it on D&D Beyond. He got me the hard copies, and it had a coffin in it and all that kind of stuff. It was really cool. So Amanda started DMing that Curse of Strahd for us, and she gave up on it. She was like, this is just too much. And I'm like, okay, I don't understand, but fine. It's fine. Dudes. So, in our storyline, I knew I wanted to bring a vampire into it. And so, at the very near the beginning of our campaign, Barry's character had sex with a vampire, and he almost got bit by her, and so we had to fight her and all this kind of stuff. And we were on a boat, and we threw her overboard, and so that got rid of her, okay? And they were like, oh yeah, that's part of the Van Strassen family. So they were well aware that this family are vampires, right? I mean, it's just well known in the thing. So, of course, we did many, many things. We went on mini quests. We did a lot of things. And then I was like, I want to bring the vampire back in because now we're at higher level. We're like level 9. Because I was not going to do it before then because we would have died. Because if you've played Curse of Strahd, it's pretty tough. So I had a vampire come and hunt me down, and she bit me because because my husband's character killed one of his family members. He was going to take me, right, as payment. So I got bit, and of course, I do a lot of this is just, my own thing. It wasn't part of the book, but I was like, okay, I only have 7 days, and I'm going to turn into a vampire. So we have to go and get me cured. So we went to one of the we're on a continent on the world that I created, and so we went to a kingdom there that I must have had Curse of Strahd in mind when I created it because it was perfect when I created the kingdom, because the landscape, everything was perfect. So I used the book though for a lot of it. Like I would just transpose some of the places in Curse of Strahd and just replace it with, my town, my kingdom that we had gone to. We played that for 6 weeks. That was our story arc for 6 weeks. And it was the most confusing. That book, I think it was the very first book that they made to go along with Dungeons and Dragons decades ago. And they just really redid it to put the new rules from 5e in it, But the maps were confusing. The way that the way it flowed was so confusing. So then I understood why Amanda was like, I'm done, because it even confused me, and it wasn't even, we weren't even playing that. I was just using it as a source book, And I was like, no wonder because that is confusing. The maps themselves, the maps were crazy town. That is what really irked me. I was like, these maps are stupid. But we played it, and of course we defeated him, the main guy. Of course, the vampire was not Strahd, it was Van Strassen, but I used his stats and all of that, So yeah, it was, that book was crazy. And the other ones, because I have a few other ones, again, I use them more, just like I have one that's for the oh my gosh, Feywild. So I use that, or I'm going to use it, because I want to I want us to go do that, because it looks like it's going to be fun. And again, we're at a higher level now that it should be okay to do it. But yeah, but it's not confusing. Like, this book was really hella confusing, and I think it was because it was the very first book, the very first. Hey, so it was very open, and I don't know. It was like it would have, like, what we're used to is it will tell you, okay, if you go in here, this is what it is, then you go here, then you go here. This book was like, list every single thing and what was in every single thing. And so you felt like you had to go, or the DM, and now I know how Amanda felt. She felt like we had to go into every single thing, even though what the book really is. And after a while, probably about the third week of it, I finally realized that what it was wanting is, what do you think it'll be? What? Notorious? What? I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't see your thing now. I didn't see your chat until now. What do I think what will be? Sorry, I'm just like chatting away. But yeah, it was, but what they do is they do that so that if wherever your characters go, they will have something to do. And I finally figured that out. But it took me a while. And it was still hard, though. Notorious. What do I think what will be? I don't know what I was talking about. Sorry. If you're asking about this puzzle, I know what it's going to be. It's the Critical Role. The Mighty Nine when they go to the Hag Hut. So I'm just dividing the puzzle pieces. Trying to, anyway. I'm not doing a very good job on it, but it'll work. The majority of it, I think, is where it needs to be. So yeah, Curse of Strahd. That book is wild. It's hard to follow. Where do I put you? I'm gonna put you there, even though you probably don't go there. You've got purple. You've got green. That. Oh look, down to the nitty gritty. Oh, he left. Or she left. They left. Whoever. I don't know what I was talking about. So I can't answer what I think what will be. So by the time I get these all separated, it will be time to log off. So we'll have to start working on this next week. And hopefully I'll have more people. Maybe some people will watch this after. And I just hope I didn't offend anyone, because nothing I say is meant to be offensive. It's just my opinion. And I try to say it as respectfully as I can. But we were all in this together. We're all the same human beings. Oh, Lord. That has more green in it. Green up there. Yo, we're almost to the end. Nice. I think I'm going to put the edge pieces in here in the box, and then put my piles in the bags. Since I got them kind of sort of separated. That's kind of, I don't know. I'm going to put that up there. Some of these got several different colors in them, and it makes it kind of hard. You know what I mean? Now I'm constantly looking over. I feel bad. I didn't know what he was asking. Or she, they. I'll use they, because I don't know if it was a boy or a girl. It's got purples in it. Do, 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 do. Well, I hope everybody has a great weekend. I hope if the weather's not too bad, you can get out, get some fresh air. That's always good. We love to go hiking, but it's a little too chilly, and it's been raining a lot here. So it's like grody, you know, to go hiking. Yeah, like during Christmas here, it was like 70-something degrees. It was crazy. I think that's why a lot of people got sick. The weather was nutso. I think that's what was in it. So last weekend, it snowed. It did snow here like all day long, and but it didn't stick because it had been raining. So it didn't really affect us any. They were like, oh my God, you're going to get, ice is going to come and you're going to not have power, and everybody, well, A lot of people don't freak out like they used to anymore because we're used to that. We usually do the opposite now because it's like, okay, really? I believe you not. So, yeah. So, but yeah, there nothing major. Look, I got done. Yay. Nothing major really happened. Oh, that's a face. Who is that? Wait. I think it's a face. Yeah, but it's the wrong direction for that to be Ford. It looks like a face. I'll put that there. Alright, I know I probably missed some edges for sure. But look, I got a little bit, oh, stupid thing. But look, I got a little bit of an edge done. Look, this is not, no way is this all the edge pieces. I was so intent on finding colors that on some of the edges, I think I put them in. Because this is supposed to be 19, what is it supposed to be? Yeah, 19 inches by 27. No way is that enough pieces for that. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So, yeah. I'm going to put the edges in here. Put the lid on. And I probably am going to have to go get more little baggies because, oh my god, only one little baggie. Get out of town, clown. But anyway, I think it's almost 4 anyhow. Or 5. 5 minutes. So, I've enjoyed my first live stream on Twitch. I hope that those that watched are going to watch because I didn't have very many viewers. But, I'm okay with that. Oh, see? Look, that's an edge. Yeah, so I hope if you watch this in the future or if you're on YouTube watching it, because I am going to post this on YouTube, come back next Friday 1 to 5 and we can hang out. So I'm not talking to myself the whole entire time like a crazy person. But it's okay. It is what it is. You know, I would just be sitting in here listening to probably Critical Role because I'm trying. I never did the Vox Machina. I can never say that. Vox Machina. Whatever. I never. Like I said, I started watching Critical Role during the pandemic, 2020. So they had already been like a year, I think, playing. Or not, maybe not a year, but I was several episodes behind on the episode 2 or campaign 2. I tried to start campaign 1 before I started campaign 2 because I'm crazy like that. I have to, like, if there is several seasons, I have to watch season 1. I can't, or like if there's 4 movies, I have to watch the first movie. I have to watch them in order. I can't just be like, oh, I'm going to be in the middle of something, you know, like, let me start with season 3 or whatever. I cannot do that. I can't. Nope. So I tried to start with campaign 1, but the first, anybody that has seen it, the first, I'd say 19 episodes, the quality was really bad. Like, sound quality, just... it was really bad, so I couldn't do it. So I just went ahead and, because I knew it wasn't the same thing, like they weren't the same characters or anything like that. So I was like, okay, I can watch a campaign 2. So I started campaign 2. So now, once I got through with campaign 2 and was up to date with it, then I started campaign 1 again, and I kind of just fast forward until the quality got a little bit better, and it might have been 9 episodes. I don't really quite remember. But I started watching it and finally have gotten, you know, like once they got to the vampire or the Briarwoods or whatever arc, it got really, really good. Because before then, they were already like in the middle of a story arc, right? And we weren't privy to what had happened before because it was at their house. It was when they were playing at home. So it was kind of difficult to get into the first few episodes because of that. But then once they started going back to Whitestone and all of that, it just made better sense or whatever. So now I'm almost done with that campaign. I think I'm on episode 109, and I think there's 115 episodes. But I was trying to get it finished before the animation comes out next Friday. But I doubt I will do that because I usually listen to it when I'm in here just doing like if I was not streaming, I would just be listening to that as I was putting this puzzle together. So, but I'm streaming and I can't do that because it's a no-no because it does not belong to me. But anyway, so there you go. All right, y'all. Well, that is going to be it for me this week, but I will be back next Friday unless I'm not feeling well, which, knock on wood, I'm hoping that's not going to happen. So, yeah. So, we will continue working on this puzzle. We'll finally start putting it together. And I don't know. I may come on during the week if I feel like it. But like I said, I need to start working on prints for my Etsy store, stickers for my Etsy store. I want to work on the planner too, but I don't know. I might live stream that as well. I don't know, but for sure Fridays 1 to 5 I will be right here. And so yeah, so come and join as long as you're respectful and as long as you have no isms. Well, we're good to go, right? We're all gonna be nice on this channel. I don't like mean people, so. But anyway, all right, y'all. I hope y'all have a great weekend. And you know what? I'll see you next week. All right. Toodles. Thanks for coming.